How's it going, everybody? Hope you're all having a fantastic day. Today is Thursday, and we're live with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. This was released, I think, months back. Sorry about the setup here. It's not, you guys are not supposed to use this normally, but I haven't been able to set it up because as soon as you go into the game, you start getting shit like you get achievements and whatever. So I didn't want to go into the game before starting stream. So yeah, but anyway, this game was released I think in April, maybe earlier, maybe later, March could have been. Was this? Yeah, at the end of April. Uh, we played this I think back in let me see. We actually go to the YouTube. I can see when I posted it. YouTube. Uh, go and there it is. Okay. We played this. When did we play? Let me pull it up on the big screen here. Isn't it letting me? What? Just things are not working my way. Let me just. This was that doesn't work. We'll just do this for now. All been scuffed anyway. We did this August 2020. That's almost 2 years. Uh, so that was my old setup. That's how I looked. I my hair was growing back after I shaved it. Um, 25th of August. Yes, that was the last time we played it, and we did a lot of shit in this game. Actually, it's actually live. Wait.
Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
I'm not real. Oh, okay. Practice. I wasn't listening to what he was saying.
So, like,
Excellent.
Okay.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
Yeah. Anyway, this was in 2020, and now we're gonna hop in and see, what the Ultra Deluxe actually is. Because supposedly they added a bunch of new endings and stuff like that. But for at least the first stream, I'm not gonna have any knowledge as to how to get to the new stuff. So see how it goes. Maybe we'll see something new. Maybe we won't. It would be the fun part. And we'll also explore some of the endings we already seen. But yeah, regardless, we're gonna hop in to the game. Here we go. Oh, um, why is it the window capture being all weird? I can see my just pulled a random window. That's funny. Okay, the game is loaded behind. Let me actually, this is a little bit scuffed. I'm sorry again. Game capture. You Stanley and that up real quick. There you go. Don't worry, I'm gonna resize it real quick. Oh shit! No, that might not work. We'll see. English. Yeah, you guys won't see it. Did I even resize this properly? That's the wrong window. Still grabbing the wrong window. What the fuck? Oh, I see. Alright, just for now. Until I can resize it properly. I like subtitles. Yes, we have. I'm streaming this, so I wanted it to be a little bit brighter, actually. My time, it's almost 4 p.m. In like a minute. Let's just wait out the minute. I pressed it as soon as it hit. This is probably for the achievement. I already checked the achievement. There's an achievement like for 10 years, waiting, like not playing it for 10 years. So I think that's what the timer is for. You could probably just like switch forward 10 years and get the achievement, I'm assuming. There you go. 4 p.m. Setting can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. That's trippy. Okay. Field of view 90. Probably good. We're going windowed. You guys won't even notice this, so 1920 by 10B. There it is. Oh, that. That's not the right size, is it? Yeah, because no, it's too small. It's a little bit smaller for me, but I guess. Nope. Why did it do that? Oh, I see what happened. Okay, my bad. Just getting everything set up. 1 sec. I remember right, this game got like, incredibly loud at moments. Keep the narrator up, put this at 80, the music at 75. Sound effects at 70. I'll do 75 too. Or 80. Alright, that should be good. Okay, we're good to go. Pop this in here. Move myself a little bit to the right, and let's start.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor
added
for
more
him to follow.
scenes, if I
No
remember.
one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Like more angles
Never
and
in
stuff.
all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
And we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna sit here and annoy him. This is also an ending. And I remember why I like this game, because you can do shit like this. Let me know how the quality is. Good, it's bad, somewhere in between. Anything? Am I gonna say anything? Narrator. Hello. Oh, this looks so weird with this field of view. The sense. The sense. I remember now. I would even go lower. I don't mind. Can't jump. Right, right. And then I got an achievement for getting my first achievement. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. Fine, we'll leave. Wasn't there one of these doors? You were supposed
All
to...
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
It was this door.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay. Let me do something real quick because it's going to bother me otherwise. I don't have anyone here actually checking the quality right now. Do that ourselves. Around a little bit, stuff like that. I think that's okay.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Okay. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Okay. Okay. Here we go. And we're off. 417, 417, 417. There it is. Five, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Coming 437. 437. Wait a second.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Okay, that should be this way, right? 415. Okay. 415. That should be this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now, back to door number 437.
Hell yeah. Okay. 437. That was this one on the left. Right here on the left. This one. Right there.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where is it?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
we're getting somewhere.
I'm getting into it too, you know? Yeah.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Get up. Stanley, get up.
Yes! This
Yeah.
is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. It's this one.
We've almost got it!
Come on.
Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Hell yeah. We're getting there. I forgot what a shitpost this game is.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hell yeah.
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Yeah. There is also like something over here, I think. Like past this, yeah.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah, it is.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
How do I?
Then in that case, we'll continue.
Thank you.
But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place.
That's true.
Now, think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer?
Oh, that's cool.
How long will you
Okay.
spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
I haven't done both.
Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option.
Oh.
Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones.
That's true.
Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever.
Yeah.
Cheers.
We're gonna sit here forever. And in the meantime, I'm gonna fix my lighting because I don't like the spot. So, yeah. Can win against me, narrator. Is that better? No, not really. Is it? Wait, is it? No. Is this fucking thing in the way? Like, it's creating a shadow, I think. Nope. That's not it. Okay. Well, too fucking shade then. Its shadow was not here before, but it is now. You if I move this closer, maybe that'll do. The yes is my face. Welcome. How are you doing? Fave. Oh, yeah, no, I went with the no, but we're gonna come back for the yes. Oh, that's a little bit too. Do that. Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Can't do much about this. I don't know what's happening here, but yeah. Whatever. Move this to the right a little bit. I mean, I could try to go all the way to 100 on the lighting. Just blast my eyes. Does that? No, it doesn't eliminate. Might as well go down to 30. Destroy my eye. 50 was probably better. Anyway, how are you doing today? Some random vampire. Good name. You know again. Yeah. I guess I have to I'm good. We just started the Ultra Deluxe. I played the original game back in 2020. But before that, I'd actually seen the game on YouTube, most parts of it at least. But I'm actually going in on this one blind. I know there's a few new things they've added. I have no idea of them, so it'll be fun to see what the new stuff is. I'm gonna restart. Begin the game again. Narrator's my hyper focus, so yeah, I get that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yep. Howdy. We're down here.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I am sleep drunk right now, so my spelling is not the best. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yes, let's do yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh, yeah.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
What does that mean?
What Stanley liked most was buttons.
That's true, I like buttons.
He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way. But his brain had long ceased to function.
What?
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
Aww.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yeah.
Rude.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Oh. My heart's with that like a bloody heart. I get that. Thank you. I didn't know the gambling man. What a good song. I'll add it to my Spotify. Good shit. I'm assuming this will just go on until forever. How is everyone doing today? I know people are dropping in slowly. Reminds me of Mine's song from Lazy Town. I don't remember. It just loops, doesn't it? There's nothing else. I mean, it probably is, like, if I wait like an hour, it'd probably be something, but I'm not gonna wait 1 hour for a lineup. You're just tired and working, I get that. Not, you know, where you can be a handful. Guitar is so soothing. Yeah, but if I continue, you're gonna fall asleep. whilst that's not a bad thing, you know, I do want you around, so, you know. Oh. Did stop. Hello? Come back. I want more. This mailbox is yours? What mailbox? Okay. That's 3. Well, 2 endings we've done.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. Yeah, okay, I don't remember that at all. I don't remember what this does, but I think it's like hitting the computers and then the...
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I think it was like hitting the computers and shit on different like sessions I think it like does something and opens up this door or something. I don't remember exactly. It's been a minute. Blue in the month of June. It's my... Okay, well I'll have to look it up when I'm not streaming because no, I'm not leaving, Mr. Narrator. You can't stop me.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
I did.
But it didn't make a single difference.
I've done the
Nor
achievement.
did it advance the story in any way.
I actually started the stream with that, so don't worry. It's one of my favorite things, so I had to do it. It's amazing, yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, yep, left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I mean, I have to go to the employee lounge.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring.
Mm-hmm.
It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Speaking of drinking, we're gonna drink. Why can't I?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Heal.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone...
Hey! Hey! You don't have to stab me right in my face. That insult.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What message are you sending me? Fine, I'll leave. Fine. Okay? Chill, okay? No more. Stand. I will wait at this door frame until you say something. Or not.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Left means straightforward, right? Right? This is the right way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Okay. Hey. That. No, we're not gonna hop down. I gotcha for a second there.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Such a dick move. Yeah, no, don't say anything. Like I played the game before, but like the original one, but not the Ultra Deluxe yet. So, but yeah, we're gonna do as many endings as I remember, and if there's anyone
This is it, Stanley.
that I forgot,
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
yes.
She's been waiting.
Yes. However.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Thank you. I am. Played all 4 versions. Let me think. The original version, the demo, the Stanley Parable release, and then this one. Okay, yeah, 4 version.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're gonna speedrun this real quick.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
Interrupting
knew it
him.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You played this for the first time last year? Damn.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
2
incredible
years for me.
he wasn't fired years ago.
2 years ago for me.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Narrator's got a voice that makes me feel vulnerable in the best ways. Yeah, he does. Danger everywhere.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'll let you guys choose, red or blue. So we're gonna do both anyway. It's a matter of which one we do first. Let you guys choose. Red. I had a feeling you would say that. Anyone else have any opinions? Alright, we're just gonna go red. Thank you for the follow, some random vampire. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Well, that's plenty dark. When he's humane, yeah. I remember this ending.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Yeah, I remember this one.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
So nice. Calming and soothing. But you know, this ending also gets kind of depressing for anyone who hasn't seen it. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You look at that. You know, good thing has to end, yeah. That's true. But in just a few moments, the soothing sounds of space and light. This happy. Such nice colors. I don't think I appreciated this when I first played it. Is it just me, or does it blur out a lot when you turn that off? Jump. There is no jump. Show reticle. Okay. No, thank you. That's really good, actually. That's really good that they have that, because sometimes the game does get a little bit extra. Like the one we're about to do is a little bit extra. Low dex mode. I love this. This is actually some decent accessibility options. Yeah, there's like this motion blur happening that I'm not a big fan of. But I don't think I can turn. See that? As soon as I turn, it all blurs out. It's gorgeous. Look at the gorgeous space. Time to go.
No, wait. Where are you going?
We can go back.
Right. Where were we?
Okay. We'll leave.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Okay. Fine. I'll go back. Chill.
good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Gorgeous. Where did the stars go? Oh, making room for these ones, huh? But I've already seen them. It's the same thing, so I'm gonna...
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Okay, fine, fine, chill. Okay, I get it. Fine.
Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Give me something new to look at, then maybe. You're not giving me a lot here. I'm leaving.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die.
Fine.
What about this isn't getting through to you.
Okay. I get it. Fine. You wanna buy some shitty lights? Okay. No? Nothing? No other dialogue? Okay, I'm gonna go there. Stop me.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
No.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
I'll be kind.
There. See? This is what you want.
This is what you
where
want.
We can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Kind of sadistic. For forcing me to be in here. And yeah, no. Not okay with that.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Well, block the fucking door. Don't want me to leave, okay? Leaving. I'm done. Boom, we're back.
No. No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
I believe you. I just don't want to be here.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Okay.
Can you do that for me?
I'll-
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Alright. You have no other dialogue? I'm leaving. You should stop talking to me, I'm gonna leave.
No, perhaps not.
I'm gonna go back, fine. And I'm leaving again. Look, I tried, man. I really did. I watched those lights multiple times, but like, this is not something
My God.
I can work
Is this
with.
really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No, I'm not happy here. What about my happiness? Huh? Ever think about that?
Oh maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
No, I'm just looking for all the dialogue options, dude. Sorry.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Sorry, dude. Can't be stuck here. It's not a happy place. It's just a prison. That's not fair for me.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yeah, hey,
I'm
cat cop.
going back.
Stop condensating all over me. Alright, we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Beep. Up. Up.
No
Bonk.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Two more. 3 more times? 3 more times, yeah, okay. How are you doing, Cat God? How's your day going? We're gonna do the same ending,
When
but
Stanley
the
came
blue
to
door
a set
instead.
of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Let's
The
do it.
lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get
I'm
back
good.
to business,
Very
Stanley
good.
took the first open door on his left.
A little bit tired, but you know, that tends to come with the territory. I'm good.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I
Blue
think perhaps
door.
we've gotten off
Blue
on the wrong
door.
foot here.
Blue door.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay, okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yeah.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Was.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Yep.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Yeah, that would be
Work
cool.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
I love
There we
this
go.
ending.
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Wait. What the fuck?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Well, I was gonna go 5. But I think that...
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this
Lagging.
one. Let's take a look.
Why is it lagging? Why is this game out of all? Drop the FOV. Oh. Leaderboard. These are actual players, though. Where am I? Ah. I wish it would have used my player profile, like my Steam profile pic.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm gonna go with 5 here because I feel like that's just mocking his mockery. Makes it even funnier.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity
Okay.
to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Yeah, I
In
remember
this
this.
game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
We're not doing this.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes
4 hours.
clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Bye.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Both.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm
Bye.
done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see.
Wasn't there like a Minecraft one, if I remember right?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh no, this is Firewatch.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Wasn't it Minecraft initially on this one? Yeah, so they changed it. This is some of the new stuff. I never played Firewatch, but I know a lot of it.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Open world game? How dare you?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No way!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
He's gonna throw up.
Thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
It's the Attack on Titan.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh my god! No!
See,
What?
this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice
Oh,
big
this is
box
so
for you
dope.
to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Hell yeah.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Where's the football?
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes.
Give me a ball. Give me a ball.
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh. We're playing Rocket League. Okay. Come on, let's go. Oh,
Are you doing it?
We're going faster.
Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Okay.
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
You know what? This is a lot of... Yeah, give me more balls. Oh my god, yes! All the balls. I want every ball in existence. Yes! Hell yeah! This is the best fucking ending. Oh my god.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Yeah, I am!
Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
It is!
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No! No!
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries. Hold on. What are you doing?
This led into something else? What?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Oh!
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh. We're in the back rooms. No, is that it? Back rooms? From the old version. Yeah. Yeah, I remember it. Like that old version. I think it only had like 3, 4 endings if I remember right. Fuck, that scared me.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
We're gonna have to go back to that segment with the Rocket League because I didn't mean to drop down there in the middle of his dialogue, so I have to do that real quick.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was.
Wait.
He hoped very much that it was.
The dialogue changed. We reset or not? That door is open now, but on the left. What is happening here? I don't No, but this shit is new. That's what I'm saying. I do remember there being dialogue changes, but this is new.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
You're probably right, but as I said, it's been 2 years, so don't blame me for forgetting. Hello.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yes.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
As I said, I own and actively play all 4. Okay, well, that's fair enough.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or
Oh, yeah,
there we go.
yeah, okay.
All right,
Okay, nice,
finally,
nice.
at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Side do we come out on? On elevator, right?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's
Yeah.
as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give
Every
me the
time he's
content,
about to
Stanley.
judge it. What? We can jump.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Hell yeah. Woo! Eleven, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Oh.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
No worries.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
I agree.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
Please
the
do.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good.
Get interrupted
I
every
knew
time.
there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Okay. Ooh, office space. Okay, looking good. Oh, wait. Gonna fall down, is it? Oh, we good. Okay, we good. Thank you for enjoying the new mother.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, test achievement, please ignore.
I saw that one.
What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them.
Oh my god,
personally
please, a Twitter feud.
It's my
Please.
fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh. Must feel his fingers in bleed. Okay, you gotta stop. Calm down with the horny. Okay. I don't know about that. I feel like you might be already.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I do want to go there, but I also want to see. Oh my god, we're gonna have to redo this ending. I don't know which side. I feel like this goes back to the normal game. Let's see. Let's follow the narrator. Yeah.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
I can't see anything. And worse than your notebooks? I doubt it. Ew. What the fuck?
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
This is lovely.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
That's awesome. It's just it's just a different head. First kiss, my first car, release of not because it happened. Trip down memory lane. First dollar. Demonstration. We played that. Guys, I realized my Nintendo Switch is functional again. I need to buy fifth cup. Calm down. Calm down. Huh. That was tough. That's one of the endings, yeah. Sorry, I had to fix it. What is this ending?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh, I should have listened to the entire thing. Goddamn. Read the review. Don't read any reviews except for this one. How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. Detail what it has to say about the game, the illusion of choice, the psychology of the gamer, to tell you too much. Comparison 2 are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be their Esther, whatever, but where their Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it, where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. How do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? That's quite simple. Don't. Flawless victory, 10 out of 10. Games rated 10 aren't perfect, since nothing is, but they come as close as you could get in a given genre. The new must-have game is it in its sector. We're talking pure ecstasy. Got more reviews or the Destructoid score guide. Oh, nice. I definitely don't. Huh. You go downstairs. Go downstairs. Oh. Thought maybe this would. Okay. This does feel like a love letter, the devs. What does it say? Preparing snake oil salesman. I can't read that last line.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I've always been someone who wants to go the wrong way first in games. When I sense that a game is trying to usher me down a particular path, get me to run from left to right, or maybe to charge straight ahead, I need to satisfy my instinct to go against the grain, to explore, to see what the designers have put back. I get the other way. Blah, blah, blip. Sometimes I find a one-up or collectible stashed away to reward me for my intrepid behavior. At other times, my explorations are rewarded only by the crushing disappointment of running up against an invisible wall. Whether I find or don't find, my action is a manifestation of my desire to exert some independence, make my own choices within a system that severely limits my options and encourages certain specific behavior. Also, I do need this Switch port so that I can carry it to work and show my it. That's fair. That's fair. Stanley Parable feels alive in its responsiveness to your decisions and its desire to subvert your expectations and keep you on your toes. You think of the Stanley Parable as a sort of video game analog for Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze' brilliant film adaptation, which gently mocked the ways in so many films manipulated audience with formulaic for plot twists, situations in which characters learn huge life lessons while simultaneously moving me with its fuck you plot twists and situations in no I read that I can't read. Stanley Parable is both a rich, stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and other systems too, like our workplaces and our families. And a game that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. Going the wrong way has never felt so right. It's actually a properly good review. Can't go this way. The series room. Wait. No. Get me in there. Oh, man.
These were simpler times,
I
Stanley.
do.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh no.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh no. Oh shit. These are actual reviews. Oh, I can't read that.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That being a hug. I can't read them.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Is there a way to get in here?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes,
Oh, no.
a skip button we shall have.
No. Don't do it. I'm not skipping. I can leave. Yeah, fuck that shit. I'm not skipping. I can't leave. Oh. I don't want to do it. I like your dialogue, even when you're a bitch.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time,
and lots
at which
of time to
everything
waste so
all
I can
once,
avoid
so,
being
now
hungry.
You see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore
We're gonna wait here
becomes
for a minute.
impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at
Thanks
which
for the
time
alert.
everything
I
all at
appreciate
once,
it.
so now you
Enjoy
see
the
blah
food.
blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunch.
I don't know, maybe.
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone?
I don't want to skip
It
you,
has a
but please.
mouthfeel that is
Stop.
rich with
Stop.
ambition and
Stop.
mystery.
Stop.
Ambitious
Stop.
history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto.
Oh.
Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley.
Yes.
It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Oh my god, please be done.
Manifesto. Treatise, 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 manifesto.
My god.
Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise.
Okay, alright. I can't.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
What's happening? It just cut off. Hello?
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Oh.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yes, there was.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option.
I'm working on it.
I'm asking you to work with me here.
I'm trying!
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Slamming my body against the wall, dude. It's not working. Whoop, whoop, whoop. No!
Okay. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door.
Yeah.
There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are.
And let it get to your head, dude.
But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it.
Don't judge me.
Press that button again.
Don't fucking judge me. Oh my
You'll
God.
put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me again. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for
Wait,
me
did
to
it loop?
fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. Oh,
Listening.
Stanley, you're
Oh,
back.
fuck.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn
Aki,
my
how's it
story
going?
to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley.
How's it going?
I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
I'll press the button. You know that, right? You can't stop me, okay?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and
I like
ignored
listening
for
to him.
one
He's got a
entire
soothing
year?
voice.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stan.
Yeah.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment
I get it.
ever
I like
experienced my
this
entire
talking though.
life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will
No
that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Well, he got dark. Edgar Allan Poe. Jeez. Fuck you. Oh. Oh. There's a favorite part? What do you mean? Yeah, just be careful not to backseat too much, okay? Oh, oh that's... Where is it? Stop the fucking beat. Holy shit, stop it. Oh my god.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed. They gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen.
Yeah.
The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper
He's
nature
gone,
and
guys.
find the resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, We require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They moaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pit. The end is never the end, is never the end.
Jeez.
Is never the end, 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 is
it's never the end, it's never end,
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the.
That's it. He's gone. Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh. Light. I need freedom. Please. Oh. That's lovely. Help me out though. Oh, the darkness is back. How many years has it been? Narrator, come back. Please. Nope. Whoa. Oh. This is trippy. Oh. Damn, what a fucking ending.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Oh, new content. Hell yeah.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something
Yeah, I have.
very exciting to show you.
New content. Yeah, I essentially started a stream with that one.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh
Yes,
shit.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Kinda hope they do it now.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
The two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Oh my god. He's all that parable too. I'd like to believe that a part of, like, this was probably the thought when they were making the Ultra Deluxe was to make a second game. Then they went, no, we're gonna update current one. They probably couldn't make it as unique as the first game anyway. I'm assuming. Well, these are different games, though, is the thing.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
That's funny. That's really funny, okay? And true. Don't know about the Aladdin one, but most of them are. Scrum, design pitch, break, design pitch. Number 2 chat. Guys, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Who took the red marker? Me. Oh my god, so many. I'm probably gonna miss a lot of shit here, but let's wait to the show floor. New features. That looks like a Netflix title. Same kind of Netflix, right? I feel. Yeah, that also looks like the Netflix end logo to have on like that white walls and shit.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Merch. Wow. Office decoration. There's some kind of bucket, a reassurance bucket button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh my god, I need that. Where is it? Button that says the name of the player that plays the game. Oh my god, here your name is in the game. Enjoy new features. What? Don't close it. No.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
How about that too, baby? They're yours today.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yes.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jimmy the Snake. Jimmy the Snake now.
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Oh my god. That's me. That's me. I'm Jim.
Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Hell yeah.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Jim. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button.
No!
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are. Jim.
No! That was peak gaming. How dare you remove it? I'm fucking upset. Why did you remove it? Need a minute. Alright, that was.
Jim.
Yeah, do it a few more times, please. That hurt. Thank you. Needed that. I need to do something real. Something is not. Cover that. Not working.
I
That-
suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too.
No.
That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
No, wait. As far as I would have then a sentient gym button. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Screenshot. Baby's all grown up, bro! Bankruptcy. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. The new update ray traced more of the same, but in a good way. Sequel to the consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Funny laughs make the game has a good vibe. New feature, new content, new ideas. Wow. It says no. Well, dumpster. Infinite hole. Oh, but the reassurance bucket. I think I need that. Yeah, I need the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration,
Too late.
I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that is? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
I think so too.
Come on, give it a try.
Woo! Oh, I feel good.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Thank you.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I think he is.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I agree. That should be. He's been there with you though. Infinite hole. It won't end. A new easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Let's do it. You'll never receive the achievement. No more steps. It's yours right now. Oh no. That's the one where you die, isn't it? No, wait. Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
I did!
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
No. Ah. Hi, rats. How are you doing?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, Stepnies. Because this one could be applicable. This one isn't.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Hell yeah.
Get Well Someday it is.
God damn it! Son of a bitch.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I'm pissed. Collectibles. What don't I want? Wait, what did I say? I didn't want anything? Find them? Can you find them? Can you find Oh. Sass the Sassy? Was I sassy?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up.
Oh, I see.
You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That is fucking creepy. Oh, that just fucked up.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Not exiting yet. Gotta go into the infinite hole and free achievement. And I also want to see if there is a way to get all the collectibles. The Stanley collectible. Probably not, but you know. It would be funny if they did it. Time depth. Time like infinity. Distant past. Distant space time. Space like infinity. Hole like infinity. Falling. Distance space time. Oh, okay. Opening, rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite. Keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Might not like it, but the narrator has been part of my life for a wee bit over 10 years. That I've learned to know him from every single aspect of his personality. Yeah, but he's not real. What the fuck is that? I want my collectible.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can
see what
press
you
the
mean.
teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Do I die? Will I die?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Give it a few seconds. You didn't backseat right now. No? I don't think so.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven's... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
Hey.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I
Yeah?
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah, I wish my life was narrated too. Damn, to some degree, we can actually make it happen. Human magic is... I don't know if that's actually possible though.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Yeah.
If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
With a pinch of imagination, you can have your life narrated by anyone you want. I don't know, not actively, I guess. Who knows? Our life can be lifesaver if his narration is in our mind. I guess.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to
I didn't mean
judge?
to interrupt him.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
No.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
No!
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do
Please
literally
come back.
anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
No, come back! Please! Please! Don't let it end like this. Help! Please! Oh! 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 No! Hey! Hey! Narrator! Come back! Please! Please! I regret it all! Narrator! Come back! Come back! Help me! What? My God! This is the back room.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no.
Hell yeah. Really hyperactive imagination, so having my life narrated by Kevin, writing is I was playing, I wake up and let my brain go brr until his voice comes popping into my mind. It's fine, don't worry. I'm really imaginative, but I can do that. The funny part is beginning, I know, right? The fun part begins. I do what Arnold Schwarzenegger. I do want more Arnold Schwarzenegger to narrate my life. So imagine you could get sent to the back rooms. With them having be like, I'm quite happy with my brain doing Kevin's voice. I don't need another narrator in my life. Jesus, how is that? Oh, that's a good one. What? Upside down.
Stanley? Stanley!
It's coming back!
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Is it descending again? Oh. Ah, I'm free.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh my god, I'm free. That was probably one of the funniest parts so far. I freaking love that. That shit is great, honestly. That makes sense. That. What happens if I go back to it again? Fuck. Achievement it is. Actually, there's a staircase here. Before I do this, I'm sorry. Sorry about what? Mostly infinite hole. He changed it. Settings, world champion. Oh, it's locked. Wait, settings, bro? Wait, like... Missing something? Yeah, it is my settings, okay. What I need to do? Just wait. Okay, first off, you shouldn't have told me that. That kind of spoils the fun. Yeah, no, you shouldn't have done that. That takes away from the experience.
Watashi no na wa kira yo shikage. Renrei sanchu usonsai. Jitaku wa morio cho hokuto nobu no beso jidai niari, kakon wa shiite nai, chigoto wa ke muchen ten no kaishenda, menachi osakuto mo yoru heishiji made ni wa kitakusuru. Tabako owasu manide, seikwa tashina matedo, yoru juichiji ni wa tokonitsuki, kanarao haji iji konwa sui minotoru yo o ni shiiteru. Nerumaniat takai miruaku onomi ni jupon hodo no suyutarechi de corrido homu shite kara toko nitsukuta hoden.
No, that's not what I'm doing. Yeah, you really like to do me like that, huh? This is gonna take a minute, guys. Yeah, sorry, I have to do this, so... Ah!
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I thought he actually...
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I need, let me go down to 0 to be sure. Yeah, I need to, get some water, so give me a moment before you make me do that. You can hear him vibing. For real, it is a banger. Any minute now, Chief. Okay. How the fuck is that not all the settings? I legit did every setting. I will be lurking to really cook myself a little something for the realsies toodle pip. Sounds good, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna get water, but I'm trying to figure this shit out. Oh, the reticle. Do it slowly, just to make sure we don't miss it. Whoops. So I can look at my. Nope, that didn't work. Do I have any weight? Something that weight? Just hold it. Yeah, I thought it was done too. Alright, we good. Now we go down back to 40. You don't say, huh? Nope. What just happened? I didn't. Oh my god, what just fuck just happened? What the fuck am I missing then? I don't have reticle on, so that's why. Oh. This is a little obnoxious, I'll be honest. It's a little bit obnoxious. Okay, we got it. Settings World Champion. We got the achievement. Jesus Christ. Great job, you did it!
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
You'll never set the settings sliders to every possible setting. You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all the possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. Thank you. Did we get the bumpscosity setting? It's there. Just did I do anything? Wait. I don't think it does anything. Thanks, man. I'll go get my water now. No, not yet. I'm gonna place myself right here and then get my water. Okay, be right back. Let's see here. Okay, I have my water here. Cheers. Another one here. Okay. I think we're good to go. Put the bump on 1000 when you start a new game. It's already on 1000.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay. That's achievement unachieved. Okay. Just try not to spoil too much, because I do want to experience the game on my own. I don't want to have it spoiled, for me entirely.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
Oh.
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Achievement don't know special dialogue according to Google, yes.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We'll probably have to come back to this ending after we've done like every other ending, assuming.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Is it back? Is Jim back? Please tell me Jim is back. No. I guess that's it. One sec. One sec. Sorry, I have to answer a message. Alright, I'm good to go. Sorry about that. I think we're done here. I think we're done here.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
My god, that's a lot of stairs.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Nice.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
That's the
with respect,
Ultra Deluxe.
with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wait, what? What the fuck is happening?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket.
Perfect.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
It's essentially the same game, but with added dialogue, right?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
God damn it.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Where else to go?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simply
Let's
enough.
do it all wrong.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
Fuck!
Not an actual.
They knew it!
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
They know I'm trolling. They know I'm trolling.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this
If I press yes, I press yes, it's gonna say no. Like it's gonna say yes that's a bucket. Watch. I fucking. Okay, never mind.
Are you hallucinating? This is a
Okay,
tractor.
okay.
It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What is happening? What is happening right now?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick
Fuck.
question. Both. Gotcha.
Ah.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Huh?
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything was
Why did
a bucket.
everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Holy shit.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Damn. Oh, that's one of my favorites. That was so fucking funny. Holy shit. That's the dumbest fucking thing on the planet, and I love it. Oh. For real, I have become one.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and this was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'm gonna go to that path next time without...
Don't go to the meeting room.
See what happens.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
God damn it.
What is comedic timing?
Yes.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Pardon?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What the fuck?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Thought I saw something.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
No.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Not again.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yes. However, hear me out. It's funny to go to the right.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay, fine. Stupid left.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Oh.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Sorry,
That's
Leo.
what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Huh. Or is still open?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end.
Pardon.
He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Shit changed.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I have to do the...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Hey!
Stanley did not
Wait.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
There's a collectible
But
there.
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Huh? How do I get there? I need to look out
In
for them.
here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home.
I will.
Where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
I will.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh, hi. It's me, your bucket. Press G to take me to work with you. I guess.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Can also transfer other stuff that aren't liquids. I'll listen to the loud man. Press N first to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Anyone in your life Accept me, okay.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Back home?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
That's kind of fun, getting up here. So the same day with me over and over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Go home wait, go home to work, to home to work, to home to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Ooh, I'll take a bow wow.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
Now!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Get back to work, Stanley. Oh, shit. That escalated.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I see it now. And a collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Whoa. Where am I? Narrator dialogue.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my
Is that supposed to be
chest
Stanley?
when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
What the fuck is happening? Alright, Reds. Have a good meal. Hope you enjoy it.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Meeting today in the meeting room.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Okay, so
and
we're
here
gonna
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
go to the left.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured
See ya,
from the
rats.
maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh!
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line.
Oh, the
and
Adventure
Broom
Line.
Closet.
Oh, Broom
Because
Closet.
that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
I do.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Let's go into Broom Closet. And on the fun utility. Anything?
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Hell yeah.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. Don't make me do it. I don't want to, man. I don't want to. Oh. What the? Bucky. Bucky buddy.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh my god.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Damn. We have to do that again, but actually throw it in.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Down we go again.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Yeah.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay, okay. I'm all in.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I want to do it.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I can't hop in. Okay.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now.
Put it in.
Hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans...
I'm sorry, but is there actually a way to do this? No.
What they want. Hurry and...
No. Okay, we just did the same ending right away. RIP.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you. Tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
10 out of 10. Emotional. Cried. For real.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm skipping the bucket this time and going to the jumping off the bridge thing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Okay.
But eager to get back to business,
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you. To
Oh,
show
so
you
it's just
something
a normal
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove
Oh.
that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Mini stands.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
Not gonna hop into the hole there.
I haven't even
Unless
finished building this
that's how
section
the
of the map,
ending
because you were
goes.
never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yes.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
No.
Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
No.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
Go.
You click the button
Go.
to move him back to
Go
the right.
Go ahead.
And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Bye.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
No.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Yep. Here we go. Even change the speed of, like, movement speed. I think match the Firewatch move.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
So close.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yep. Yo, one more time.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yeah.
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Go.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Go. Get as many goals as we can, or he takes the joy away from us. Go in. Go
Are you
in.
enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Hey, go in.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No!
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose.
Okay.
And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Rude. We were having fun. There is nothing else besides the dialogue I have. Then please.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there.
So dark. Alright, well, the ending's almost over. And it's over.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket. You're coming with me.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together, would Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
I went
his
too
chest.
fast.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Wait, I'm
telling
not
him
supposed to go
that
to the side.
employee lounge was simply the
We
place
done
to
everything with the
be.
bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh? Well, we know if small floating objects appear in the office, we have synergized our resources to ensure their retrieval. There were many questions. There was no memo from management. Agenda, how can you tell you spot on what makes them float in there? Who took these pictures? Big leads are hard to find. Follow who's routed by employee 416. We can do it. Red room. Thank you. Good luck. Completionist instinct. Oh, it actually shows progress. Something to do with stairs. Nearby a fireplace. Private but smelly place for an important person. Oh. At the of a sequel exhibit, a large room, boxes. Some are both red. Those are stairs. Nearby a fireplace. Private but smelly. Room closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Okay, wait,
Well,
calm down.
Never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Let's sit here for a moment.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Yeah?
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
Yeah.
There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
That's true. Give me another one.
You know
Please.
what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I want more stickers. Here's the stairs. Probably doesn't say anything else. Alright, well, we'll leave.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh. Hello.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
We found the stairs one. We have the smelly boss thing and I don't remember the other one.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? he asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday
Oh my god!
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
I need my bucket.
Indeed. Now he noticed that the
Where is
words
it?
were repeating, which was, of course,
Where's my bucket?
odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
My bucket.
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
I'm coming.
Who could it be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
my bucket!
Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
Where?
The real bucket was inside of him.
No!
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Same fucking
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Oh my god.
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Go to the left now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nearby a fireplace, and then private but smelly place for now.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Aww.
If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No, he's lying. He has one more.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then, different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Lorines. None of us can.
Nice. Oh. Well, this is new. Did it actually go on? Oh. Hell yeah. Didn't go anywhere. Wait, what? Only for the music? Oh. No, wait. Nothing?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay. There it is.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Can't really see anything. We have to do both endings there?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
Three endings.
Facility.
Let's do the escape one.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Go and die. Probably the last ending I'm doing today. No.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Ah!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
I'm alive.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcome you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a carnivorous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes filled and enriched and sustained. Yeah. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved one as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets. That's not 25. That's a lot more. A bucket with two handles. Ooh. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting. Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control the bucket. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. First bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Stress, the level of water in the bucket. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest. Job. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Babuga.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is our own good.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Damn. Poor bucket. Bucket.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
Okay.
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yeah.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright. Stanley found the collectibles. Alright, we're back in here.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Can I grab it again? Oh! Wow, okay, Huh. Oh, that's fun.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here by the red and blue doors. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No.
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone.
No.
So it must have happened.
No. Didn't.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, you found it. By the narrator. God damn it. Mini stand 5. Hell yeah. Found it in the executive bathroom. Thanks for watching. Thanks, man.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Okay.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Now we have 12. You're in the present. Oh, that's true.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
That was fast.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Alright, dude.
Okay, yes. The back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. I want more.
Okay. What's happening there? Is that intentional or? I don't know if it is.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video?
Oh, don't do it. Oh, no. Yeah.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I'm starting to forget which one. Oh, the fourth one was the one by the stairs.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Too far. Okay. Yeah. Loading in.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Yeah, he's in some yeah, I don't know what to call this.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
That's not how it looked.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Oh.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Dude.
I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
And that's all the computers.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Oh.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm gonna see what happens if I do the main ending. Or any ending. Wait a sec.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
I didn't mean to do
Thankfully,
that.
he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps.
Okay, let's go.
After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was inconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Okay. Well, we have a few more endings, but I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna see what happens if I... Did they want me to do this?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employed.
Oh, it's all the same.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a message.
Is this what they want me to do? What is happening? I have to reset the time. Now it's 8:29. I'll wait until it's 4:30. I mean, sorry. Should be any minute now. Any minute now. Come on. There you go. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12, call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. You've been so cooperative. Next time you boot up the game and see the screen, set the time. Just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not correct. Time, you've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the to the video game now. That's kind of wholesome.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 426. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Did it work?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
There's no way back to the DLC content, which is kind of weird. Like the DLC endings, I guess.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
There's a cool thing you can do here. I'm gonna do it.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I feel like we have to do this ending before we do this one, so we're gonna.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh.
Birds.
Silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Yeah, for sure.
And Stanley was happy.
That's peak. Ten out of 10 ending. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna stop here. We'll do the final ending next time and whatever other stuff I might have missed. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Leave a follow if you haven't already. Check out my social links down below. And I will catch you all next time. Until then, take care, stay safe, and as always, have a fantastic day. Bye-bye, guys.